Yo, happy Friday. How y'all doing today? We've made it through to the end of another one, just about. See, if we keep Pretzel at a really low volume in the background and we keep it on the lo-fi channel, then all the glitching just kind of comes across as like lo-fi static or something. Friday. We'll do some feedback. We'll do some big robots, I think, and some dubstep stuff. Knocking out some more stuff for Audio Design Desk today. Saffron, hello. How are you? And Streamlabs, if you're listening, please stop the glitch. Eric, how are you? Paul, welcome. Sunnier Maryland. Sunnier than Portland. Huh? I will take that. We got cloud cover today, and I'm happy about that. Oh, and Damien is here. We have just fired things up and turned on the screen, and I almost said TV. How y'all doing? How'd the stream wrap up over there? Mac Dog, thank you so much for the follow, dude. How you been? All right, where was I? Tom, welcome in. Eric, I do believe I said hello. How are you? Heidi, hugs to you as well. Paul, dear lunch buffet. Oh, you're awesome. All right, so as I was just saying before y'all walked in the door here, welcome, Liv, is today we'll be doing some big robots. We'll be doing some dubstep sound effects, making some more stuff for Audio Design Desk today, and we'll be doing some feedback. So if you guys want to toss links to your work in progress in the chat here, or even better, in the Discord, so you can get eyes and ears on it after the stream is done, do it there. Get the Discord link here. Don't forget, if you are subbed, go grab your free sound pack from the Discord right now. Saf dubstep is so 2010. Yeah, but you know what? It's still, oddly enough, somewhat increasing in demand for screen stuff. Still. So is parkour, though. So, you know. It'll be the next release that we do after this week. So next week it'll be out. So it's a bit of a time crunch on this one. Maria, how are you? Canary Street, how are you? DJ Empirical, welcome back. He told us to harass you about your starting screen. What, you guys don't like the vinyl? Ragged, how are you? Ooh, you got a gig tomorrow, Liv? Nice. Come back and tell us about it. Ah, Saf is making a prediction. Dubstep is coming back. Bro step or deeper stuff? You know, somewhat undecided, because today I'm just going to be making some sound effects. It'll probably be a bit, well, I don't know. I'll probably straddle. I'll probably do a little bit of both. Empirical says I've been reorganizing my music files and rediscovering some dope proper dubstep from 0608. Nice, nice, nice. Oh, hey, Tom, quit your part-time job today. Is this part of the wind down there and getting ready for the trip back home? Canary says, I would actually love some feedback on this hyperpop demo I'm working through. Where can I drop it? You could drop it here in the chat, or even better, in the Discord. That way people can get eyes and ears on it outside of the stream if you like. More time to finish your cinematic stuff. Nice, Tom. That's good to hear, dude. That's freaking great. Oliver Seal, welcome in. Oh, I bet, Tom. I bet you're looking forward to get back home. Home cooking. Mastering clients are coming in. Good. You'll be busy. You'll save some coin. Well, Saf, maybe you'll be right. Maybe the prediction that you're making is going to come true. All right. Oh, it looks like we got something new in the found sounds too. Let's click on that really quick. Oh, this was just a response here. Oh, but that does actually remind me, thank you, Tremtize, that we're going to play around with some fun little... This was a duck quack that Trim ties ran through some hoops. Made it sound like some weird scratching and stuff. This is great. Okay, so Javar has just put something up. Saying, this is from my stream last night. It was an exercise in stream of consciousness, cinematic sound design, or soundtrack building from semi-random instruments just to see how quickly I could bring something together. Total time was 2 hours. This is the raw output with no processing. Probably won't do anything further with it because it was just for fun, but who knows? Okay, well, we will definitely click on this. And also, there's a link here to Javar's Twitch, and follow him. Go follow him. Oh, excellent, Tom. Thank you. Thank you. We will click through to that as well. Let me just kill the noise in the background. We should flood Streamlabs and Pretzel with comments about all the glitching and see if they fix it for us. Ooh, the fabric mix he did with Burial. Hey, and Will is in the house. Zev Music. Hey, click on him and give him a follow. He's been doing stuff for Audio Design Desk as well. And while we're at it, why don't we toss the... what is that? That's twitch.tv _ sound on. No. What am I doing? Slash. There we go. _ There we go. Okay, so give Zev a follow and give Sound On Official a follow, so you can keep up on all things Audio Design Desk as we blow it all up. Let me tell Slack to be quiet over here really quick. Not that it really ever listens to me. We're in a relationship. All right. Oh, man. Yeah, the Fortet and Burial collab. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, Zev, drop a link. We will get right to that. There's, I think, 3, maybe 4 in line right in front of you. They're busy. They're excited today. All right, so let's hit this first one here. This one is the one from Javar. By the way, Javar was the winner of last month's community challenge. Quick reminder, if you're a sub, while you're over there on the Discord, grab your free sound pack. This month it is Modbits 1, the first volume in an ongoing series of little percussive modular samples. Whatever you're inspired to make with that, you come back and submit that in our community challenge by the end of the month. We will vote on the first. Last month's winner, Javar, will be a guest. He'll have the tie-breaking power if we need it. Everyone who submits anything, regardless of what it is, gets another free sound pack. And winners get other stuff. Top winner gets a chance to be on the show. And away we go. I have a feeling we're going to have another really good Friday of stuff coming in. And now for something completely different. Wow, I wasn't expecting that. Man, you got some fullness out of those strings at the end there. This was fun. Did this take the entirety of your live stream? Like, did it span from beginning to end? Yeah, Canary Street, truly. Yeah, there were some cool changes in this. Couple be a couple people saying reminds me of, and then it just changes. There was some. You covered a lot of ground, dude. That first bit felt like part of a game soundtrack. That next little bit felt like some dark, sinister scene, and then you had like some like almost cyberpunky kind of thing happen there, and then man, all over the road, Javar, and I like it. It's good stuff. All right, let's see who else has something in here. All right, MacDog sliding in. He is going to end up right after Zev. All right, so we'll do the Spence, then we're going to jump over and we're going to hit Tom's. All right, here we go. Ooh.
Hey, I've been doing fine, just slowly. Thanks for asking. How about you? Oh, you learned your best was pretty in the spring. I guess it's true. Yeah, I'm glad the year is over. Wasn't fucking much to do. At the party all by myself, but I'd rather have a crew. I don't really know what to do. Na 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 na. I can party on my own. I can party on my own. So tell me what you're thinking on my own. I can party on my own.
All right. This was a fun one. Okay. Lots of really cool stuff here. There's way too much ear candy to call out as being awesome. So just blanket statement, you got a lot of awesome ear candy in this one. And a lot of really good like use of the stereo spectrum to highlight all of these little embellishments, like that hard left pan of the vocal sample right out the gate, 18 seconds. Seriously good. Okay, so these big swells in loudness, great impact. Though I guarantee you're over your luffs already, and I don't know where you are in your mix process here. But it's definitely got to be cooled before going into the master. And I think that the last blast here at the end was it felt like, it's probably not, but it felt like twice as loud as I guess this part right here with the vocals was probably the quietest part besides the first intro. And I think that's pretty problematic on a couple of levels because it's going to mess with your metering and compression and stuff and mastering, and it's also just going to mess with listeners. So definitely get a more level arc on all of that. And I do think that, especially in this area here, Dude, Tom, I I have the sneaky suspicion that if I was to hear what you got originally, it wouldn't sound like this. This is good, dude. This is good. It's very solid from beginning to end. I'm glad that I actually clicked through and did more than just the demo. That was good. Client for life then? Yeah, I have a feeling that you added a whole bunch of Western juice to this. Sounds like yeah, it sounds like a highly produced pop band, man. It's good. It's awesome. Kudos. And I hope you're blowing up by the time you get home. With business, I mean. Probably for life. All right, let's see who's up next. I think Zev was, which means let me just scroll up here and click this link. All right. August Sky. Okay, so this is an update to something that we've heard. All right, August Sky, version 3. Dope. I'm liking it. I do wonder about the spinning head effect, mostly right in here the most. Well, I guess maybe it kind of starts over here and it kind of runs to here. So it's good. It's a good chunk of time in the middle of this. But I did see your comment about how the lead and plucks are sitting too close together. So I think you'll probably get that sorted. I love the slow creep on the vocals in the intro with it drying out there at the end. Very nice, very nice. And those long slow modulations in the first 2 minutes were just, they're spot on. It's like this almost moving like emotionally kind of thing there in the beginning, and then it just goes all club. That's great. And those textures, dude. Big, big at 4 minutes. At this point, like after this, all I could really think or see or hear was like people moving on the dance floor. I think they're gonna dig it. Very, very nice. All right. Next up, we got one from Phosphor, and then we're gonna jump back into the public feedback here. Wait. Let's do this right. There we go. Yeah. Woo! Oh, man. Man. It's freaking great, dude. It's so good to hear you again. We've missed you around here. I know you've been super busy. You're gearing up for festivals. Y'all set? This sounds like Tendril's been staying busy and in a groove. Most stuff. This was fun. You know, what was running through my head while I was listening to this is, wouldn't it be funny to hear a layer of some old school Beastie Boys being wrecked at the same time? No, thank you, Foss. Seriously, dude. It's so good to hear your stuff again. So good. And what festivals are you heading to this year? Been developing a huge live set. Very nice, dude. Oh man. So good. Will you be live streaming with said huge live set? Or is it just for the live fans? All right, so we are back here. We've got one from MacDog. This may be past a demo, lost confidence in it. Okay. Next fest is higher education in Maine next weekend. Okay, cool. And Zev, I see your comment. You'll find out tonight about the track. So you got a gig tonight. Nice, dude. Where are you playing? Okay, well, Foss, I'm gonna have to circle back and check out some streams then, because yeah, I've missed hearing you. Cool. Yeah, I'd love to see the full AV. All right, so this one is from MacDog. Woo! I was not expecting that. Man. What? I mean, seriously, it's like one part jam band and one part club banger, and it works. It works. This is awesome. I felt like towards the end there that I was in like some kind of video game or something. Like I was going faster and faster and faster. Um, this was great. Oh, at first I was like, man, this is really taking me back to the 90s right here, like that first 30 seconds or so. And then it's just like, bam! Hapidemic, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. What are you guys up to? How was your stream? And thank you for the follow. Miss Chrissy, thank you for the follow. And MacDog, thank you for the sub. And Alexander Black, Yusuf Official, MacDog, thank you all for the follows. I do appreciate it. Don't forget, all subs get free sound packs. So go hit the Discord and grab your free sound pack if you have not already. Stream was good. Had on a bike ride. Hey, our boy Kwame Brown recommended your channel. Oh, nice, nice. Is Kwame here? Hey, there you are. Thank you, Kwame. Awesome. Well, welcome in. You guys are welcome anytime. Thanks for being here. All right, we are moving on to the next one. Oh, no, wait, we're not, because I was like partway through my comment here. For like the first 30 seconds or so, I'm thinking, oh man, that's taking me right back to the 90s. And then this massive banger bass comes in. Awesome. I really like the fan screaming that you added. I love that it's Adele's Glastonbury fans. I think it's great. I think it's great. And there's definitely a live vibe here, and it's not just the drums. There's and not just the fan noise. There's something else. I think it's just the combination of the two things being jammed together this way. It was awesome. Thank you. Thank you for sharing. All right, so next one is Gabrielle adds a whole lot of impact in very little time, so I'm going to type this out really quick in advance so I can pay attention to his maneuvers here. And Kwame's dropping something here as well. Excellent. All right, Gabrielle. Dude, okay, a couple things here. First, it's great to hear a full track from you and not just trailer work. Two, I was not expecting this guitar jam when I clicked this link, and it was fantastic. Not that I don't think you can do like great guitar jams. I'm sure you do all the time. Just very surprising to me because everything else has been so like orchestral and cinematic and big and this was like floaty and wavy and jammy and super organic and yeah, man. So hats off. I will say that the one thing that stands out above everything else right now, as far as critiques go, is the luffs. It seems really hot, and I'm not sure if this is a complete, if it's a work in progress or what, but I do believe it's a bit hot across the board. It just sounds great, but hot. Um, and yeah, great vibe, not just for screen though. So I'm kind of wondering where is this one going? Is this one going into the cinematic portfolio, or is this one a straight release? What's going on here? 134, good use of the sides and space, but the middle does seem a bit crowded in a couple of spots, and 134 is one of them. It might just be the loudness factor. It might just be that everything is just kind of a bit too pushed forward, like squished. But you did keep that guitar crystal clear throughout, so it does kind of make me wonder if it's maybe just the loudness, but I do think it's just being pushed a little bit too hard. And I loved all the supporting elements on the sides throughout, and really good choice with the reversals in the outro. Really kind of sealed the deal there. Nice work, dude. Always so good to hear your stuff. All right, so for those who have just walked in and you haven't been here for feedback before, drop a link in the Discord. The chat gets so busy sometimes that we can just fly right past a link and miss it. Don't want that to happen. Subs get priority. All subs get a free sound pack each month, whatever you're inspired to make with that pack. You come back, you submit it by the end of the month, and you get another free pack and a chance to win even more stuff as we vote on things. So hit the Discord for those. This month's free sound pack is called Mod Bits. It's a whole bunch of really tasty and unique percussive sounds from some modulars. And on to the next thing. Our man Kwame's here. Using whip. Nice one. Shout out to all of you who just joined us. Dude, score. This was fantastic. I wouldn't change a damn thing in the composition of it. As far as the mix goes, I think that the snare could use just a little kiss of overdrive, right? We've talked about this many times where you don't even need to add drive. Look at this. I haven't done anything. We've been doing this for an hour. I haven't done anything in my DAW because you guys have been going. All right, so overdrive. So you really don't need to add any drive. We're just going to target a higher frequency, and all this is doing is generating harmonics above the current focal point of your sound, and that's it. That's it. It will make the sound pop every single time. Different target frequency for different types of sounds, but that's about what you would need to target for this sound. All right, and then later on, the little tap, the perk taps that are happening too. But in the meantime, and I liked that vocal sample. 120, these keys. And I think that this is kind of the big takeaway here for this one is that I think they should kind of be the heroes of this track, or the hero of this track. And I think that a little more EQ, brighten it up just a little bit, maybe fatten the mids just a little bit to get the character really sitting forward, right? And then some of the highs to the sides to widen it up a bit. And you can do that through just like a stereo imaging plugin or something like that. In fact, Isotope stereo imager is great, and they have a free version. So you could do that. And you can just use like maybe the top couple of bands that you create to widen it. And these little perks, the taps, they're a little bit too subtle. I think they should come up just a little bit more, and I think that the overdrive trick would do it. Maybe shift them a little bit more out to the side so they stand apart from the mids just that much more. But really great, really great. Cody, it's all right to be a dingus here, dude. It looks like you got it sorted, though. It is the Discord. Gebro, thank you. I'm glad that the feedback always drives with you, man. Thank you for the sub, Kwame. Was that a little quiet on your end? I did not find it to be quiet, so hopefully it wasn't too quiet for you guys. I really like that vibe. Whips for whips. Yeah, man. And yeah, those voicings are sick. I really like that sample in there. Is that a sample, Kwame? And yeah, Canary says, really good melody line to use as well. Sample from Splice. It's like what everyone says now when I say, hey, who's the vocalist on this? They say, it's a sample from Splice. Miss Chrissy, thanks for being here. I'm just going to give shout outs to people that I haven't yet as I work my way through this. So Canary, was that a good explanation of the overdrive? I kind of whipped through it. We cover this every single show pretty much. So what's happening here, and I do this a lot with mixing because if you're using an EQ, it does kind of upset the phase of waveforms. So I use a lot of things like overdrive to affect the timbre and like frequency range of certain sounds. And when it comes to things like snares and little perks, stuff like that, metallic type sounds, I tend to use this where, let's say the bulk of your sound, like the target frequencies are somewhere between like, say, 1,000 and 2K or something like that. Then oftentimes, if you bring this all the way up to around 6 or 7K, you're going to end up generating harmonics, I almost said overtones, harmonics above that point, and it's going to make the thing stand out a bit more. It's going to add some brightness and some clarity, and it's not really going to affect anything else in the mix, which is great. Oh, and same should be said. Let's say you have a sound that's just piercing, right, up top. But as soon as you try to affect this through an EQ, it just doesn't translate well. Well, toss something like an overdrive on and target a lower frequency, and it'll kind of darken that sound a bit. You just dial it in by ear. All right, so back to our stuff here. Yeah, it is busy in here, isn't it, Heidi? Yeah, most DAWs have a stock overdrive plugin. It's a pretty standard issue kind of thing. Jafar, you liked it more adding hugs to the sides. Nice. Yep. You got it, Canary. Yeah, you bet, Kwame. No, thank you. Seriously, that was a tasty treat. Michael, you're here. Off the Spheres Music. Does Logic have a frequency shifter similar to Ableton and Bitwig? Yes, it does. I have a question about that specific effect. When I'm sending several tracks to the send with the effect, when the effect is turned on, even if muted or not turned up, it noticeably affects the quality of the sound for those tracks I'm sending it to. Yeah, so that's probably a byproduct of and I'm assuming that you're talking in Ableton. It's probably a byproduct of the latency correction, right? Because a pitch shifter, it needs to work a little magic that you don't actually see. So there's a bit of look ahead happening, okay? So it's seeing things before they're actually arriving in the timeline. And then it's running a process, right? It brings in that audio and it spits out another stream of audio, but shifted, right? It's been processed, and that takes time. So it introduces latency. And unless your plugin is giving you the option to offset latency, then it's probably doing it through some form or fashion on its own, and it's affecting the quality. And when that happens, you can do this the old-fashioned way. You can dupe that track down, and you can affect the pitch directly, right, through transposition instead of through a plugin, and then mix it in at the level that you want. You can do it through a send, right? You could do it a number of different ways, but yeah, it's common. All right. Yeah, Miss Chrissy, isn't that a nice little trick? Overdrive. Keys were all MIDI. Wish I knew more vocals. Hey, Kwame, dude, tomorrow is your 1-year anniversary of producing, and you're spitting out stuff like this. You should feel good. Treat yourself to something, because, yeah, if you're doing this after only 1 year, then you're paying attention, and you're making some good moves. Canary says, yes, I found one in Ableton, but that's totally a trick I had never thought of. Didn't realize I could just adjust it like that. Yeah. Tom says, everyone uses way too much multiband compression when a little overdrive is just needed. Tom, I feel seen. I feel like you and I are in such close alignment on so many different things when it comes to the mixing board. Canary Street says, new harmonic response instead of just boosting the frequency. Exactly. That is a hot tip. And, if you want to dive deeper into that kind of stuff, like down the rabbit hole level, if you head over to the Complete Producer Network, Masters by Iggy, Tom Ignatius in the network over there, put up a nice thing several months ago. It's been like several months, hasn't it? About saturation distortion and how it can impact a mix in different ways. DJ Empirical, excellent. I will hit the Discord in just a second. Would the final render sound that way, or would it sound normal because it's not playing in real time? No, unfortunately, what you hear in your DAW is what you're going to get upon export with those things as well, Michael. Yep. I co-sign what OhmLab said. This is awesome for only a year. Yeah, absolutely. Kwame, seriously, we're not just blowing smoke. This is This is legit. All right, cool. All right, so on to the next one. Actually, let's kill this. Get back over to our Discord. All right, so this one is from Crystal God. Okay, so this is a great track. It's got tons of potential. This intro here, you might want to consider doing like a slow reveal on the low frequencies and fully reveal them at whatever this is when it actually drops, 40 seconds. But it does seem as though the subs are just a bit restrained on this track overall. So maybe you don't have a way to really monitor your sub levels at home there, but I think you could come up. It actually feels like there's been frequencies that have been cut away, which is fine in all of the tracks except for the lowest. So you can actually retain that kind of low end power. Otherwise, it doesn't have the same kind of impact. At 120, the vocal sample's a bit buried here. Too much other activity in the mids across the entire spectrum that would be needed for greater clarity. The noise is really hot in that synth right there. There are elements in the middle that don't need to be there. They could be moved a little bit more out to the sides. And you might be feeling like they could get lost underneath that really wide synth. So you just got to make some decisions about what are the most important elements, what is the main hero of the track, and after you answer those questions for yourself honestly, then I would suggest an entire full volume mix, right? Bring everything down to 0 and bring up that hero first and make sure you get it up to the right point. Maximum loudness it should probably be would be -6 decibels at its highest peak. And then bring up everything around that. And as you're bringing stuff up in volume, move from the bass, the more bassy low end elements to all the way up through the spectrum to the higher elements. And as you do that, try to find proper positions for elements on the sides to varying degrees as you're going through that volume mix process. And what it's going to do is, if you're leaving your kick and your bass and your vocals in the center and everything else is being moved somewhere else and it's all being brought up to an appropriate level, then there's going to be a great deal of clarity. And not just clarity in the mix, but clarity for the listener to know exactly what they should be focusing on in those moments. So when you get to these points where you've got the vocal popping and you're not actually hearing it clearly, it ends up feeling a bit like congested and confusing to the listener. So this would provide the kind of clear direction on that. Hope that makes sense. And thank you for dropping the link. All right, so this is Miss Chrissy. Excellent. Javar, you've got a whip in Discord. Excellent. Would increasing sampling rate produce a benefit for the look ahead? Michael, I don't think it would. I think you would actually have to increase look ahead, which increases like CPU consumption or whatever, but it's going to give your plugin a better shot of producing the results that you want. It may just not be that great of a plugin though. Like just the way that it's built, it might not be what you actually want, you know? For what it's worth. Just being real. Miss Chrissy says, okay, I'll bring subs back up because someone told me to turn it down, right? Well, you got to find the sweet spot. Got to find the sweet spot. And if you have a hard time monitoring it yourself at home, then it can take a couple of stabs, right, to get it right. Blackberry is saying way too much distortion on this that is in a similar band. It sounds like essentially the same saturation effect was applied to several things with the very minor, if any, adjustments. Yes, I would agree with that. And I think that that's what's burying the vocals and creating that competition in the middle. Listen to some metal guitars like on Rammstein or Gojira album and how to blend distortion with a very contemporary drum sound. Right now the distortion is acting more like a masking tone, which actually diminishes the power and makes things sound small. Yes. And definitely tune in when Blackberry kicks down knowledge, because it's a lot of wisdom here. Congested and confusing is going to be the name of my next album, says Javar. That's awesome. Oh, look at that. Heidi giving Pretzel some love. Was I too mean to Pretzel earlier? All right, sorry, Pretzel. I think it's all Streamlabs. I should not be mean to Pretzel. I apologize, Pretzel. Just reading your comments, Blackberry. Think about harmonics of the bass. Sometimes the second harmonic is stronger than the sub fundamental. Absolutely. Just used OTT. Okay, so Miss Chrissy, this is a really common thing. I'm not going to say it's a common mistake. It's a common thing. But you'll hear myself and other people kind of harp on this quite a bit. There's something that happens when you stack the same kind of process again and again and again, or you stack the same types of sounds again and again and again in a project. You start to reach these breaking points, these tipping points, right? There are pain points that you can find, like 2K, 5K, that there are these points that actually start to become painful when there's buildups. In the middle, when it's happening, it just starts to become this kind of hot, soupy mess, and you start to lose definition, right? And it could feel like a lot of other problems. So if you've run into this again and again and again, this is probably what it is, right? And if you take out all of the compression that you've got in there and listen to the mix as is, does it sound right? Like, are the levels correct? And then Ask yourself before you ever apply compression, why am I applying compression to this? Right? Because really it should only have a couple of functions in your mix, right? Either it's tapping down peaks that were errant or a little rebellious, right? And you need them to be leveled. Or you're trying to bring up the needly little bits that are not easily heard, not well represented in a sound, and then that's when you would add some gain back. But if all you're trying to do is make things louder, there's lots of ways of going about doing that without actually compressing. And that's kind of the art side of this craft, right? Is figuring out how to do that with all of these different types of sounds that you're playing with. So going back and doing a volume mix is a really good way to start to navigate those waters, right? And always ask yourself, why am I about to put compression on this? Because if you don't need to, then you probably shouldn't, is really what it comes down to. Because there's going to be so much compression involved in this type of music at the end of the process anyway, that you just don't need it. Everything will get louder. So I'll get off my high horse now. Saf says, what if OhmLab was a contest for giving feedback on people's dish? Oh yeah, well, I was a chef for many years. Thank you for the hugs, Heidi. Blackberry says, yep, harmonic manipulation can be way more effective in defining and isolating the tone than simply boosting or cutting the fundamental. 100%. Forgot to hug back earlier and I felt mean, but I wasn't. Tom is saying OTT screws up the phase and increases the dB of a bass by at least 2 to 3 decibels and can suck out the life of basses. Yep. Yeah, it's amazing. Less is almost always more in this business. And if you want more bass to be heard in your mix, you got to cut out bass everywhere else in the mix, and you got to treat it well. And you can't mess with the waveform too much. That's the key. And if all you're going for is sub, then go back to the very beginning, the very basics of sub. Stick in a sine wave there. And if you want just a little bit of heat on it, saturate it just a little bit. And that's it. It's really all you need. Blackberry says frequency stacking manifests itself in different ways in analog and digital recording. In analog, the limitations of the electrical signal path either mechanically compresses or purely distorts the sound. In digital recordings, frequency stacking can become incredibly harsh and narrow frequencies that can hurt the heck out of your ears and your gear. But it's also confusing to your plugins too, right? Like plugins are built a certain way. The intention is for them to receive a certain kind of signal, right? And then it doesn't know what your sound is. It has no idea what you're putting through it. It's simply reacting based upon how it was built. So all your stuff kind of needs to be in line with that. So, and in digital, frequency stacking may not necessarily peak out or distort the signal. Right. All right, on to our next one. Miss Christie, thank you so much. This one is from Modi. Modi One Kenobi. I like it. Here we go. Awesome. Okay, so truly original. Here's my feedback on it. The initial intro Atmos seems to be a bit resonant. So you might want to sweep it. And my thoughts are is that you're probably going to find at least 2 points in there that are kind of shrill. Just slim Q, slim bandwidth. Bring up your volume on it. Sweep it across. As soon as you hear something piercing, just flip it, bring it down. Probably a couple in there. And I think that the snare is just a little bit dry for the whole mix. It comes across as being just a little dry. So maybe a small reverb plate on there. It doesn't have to be really spacious. Just something to help it, what's the right word? Girth up a bit. 120, that piano, perhaps a bit heavier hand in the processing. The whole song's going kind of wild. And this one, you've manipulated it, but not extremely. And if you were to glitch that just a bit more prominently, I think it would really fit. I really do. 145. Okay, so during this whole breakdown segment here, it's awesome. It's great. And a lot of good ideas being explored. But that synth becomes very dominant quickly. So much so that it kind of makes us lose track of other sounds. I know some of the sounds have just dropped off completely there. But still, it is kind of covering. So there's got to be a way for you to resolve that. And it might mean that that synth needs to be wrangled in width, right? So it's not quite as sprawling, and some other things can be moved out to the sides a bit more during that segment of the song, just to give it a little bit more space to breathe. 220, and there were actually a few of these in that area. Well-timed scratch. 237 right here, right before we go back into the full mix. What if there was just a very small pitch down or slow down right there to enhance the transition? I think it'd be pretty dope. We were just talking about this unexpected complextro vibe like popping up in a track in the last stream, and it happened again. This one had serious complextro vibes towards the end here. And very, very fun. Lots of very cool ear candy to keep track of. Very fun. Yeah, I would agree with this. Tom is saying a lot of limiting in this one. Kick and snare starting to lose a bit of life. Yep. But I do think that if you add a bit of verb to the snare, it will help. But overall, I think that that's a fair statement. Blackberry says, I would say as written the intro, pre-drums isn't really adding to the track or prefacing, foreshadowing the music to any great degree. Maybe simply take it out. Was this mixed on speakers? It kind of sounds like this was mixed on something where one element, cone or horn, was not in phase with the rest. The frequency and left-right tonal balance and pan positioning seems slightly skewed, more to one side, leading me to think faulty playback speaker. Yeah. Or some kind of a plug-in for widening. I hear that sometimes with like certain widening plugins. Yeah, don't take the easy way out with widening. That's what I've learned over the years. Yeah. Complextro is fine. It's not. This is not a negative statement. Complextro is a style of music where you juxtapose a whole bunch of different elements to string together coherent melodies. So this had a touch of that towards the end, with all of those elements firing off at once and keeping us entertained, and it's good. Would you say it's too crazy for the average listener? Sure. But are you really aiming for the average listener? I mean, think of the music that you're making, right? I don't think you want the average listener. You want people that will appreciate your stuff, right? Not some bubblegum pop fan, right? That's what I would think. Don't ever aim to please everybody. Make art. Tom says, overall, though, love this track. I think I critique a lot, but I do enjoy the track. Oh, and likewise, right? I mean, people come here for feedback. I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, this is great, and send them on their merry way, because like they wanted some kind of feedback, right? So yeah, always going to tell the truth. Yeah, BlackBerry, a widening plugin, yeah. I've actually noticed that my right headphone is significantly quieter than my left headphone. True. I only think playback device because of the way the lower register seems to have gaps in the response. Yeah, well, and now, you know, we're hearing from Cody himself that his headphones are a little wonky, so there you go. 100%, I want soul-crushing feedback, please. Yeah, exactly, right? Well, my soul-crushing feedback to you is that your arrangement in this is great, and you're playing with a lot of really fun ideas. You're playing with a really solid sonic palette. I would agree with what BlackBerry says about the intro bit. I'm not sure if it's really necessary. If you really want to put something in an intro like that for this type of music, and I know this is probably going to sound really weird, but I'm going to say it out loud anyway. Go back and listen to some old school like Queensryche or something like that, and bands of that ilk from that era, and think about what it is that's actually happening in regards to function. It always goes back to function for me. What is the function of an element in a mix like that, right? When it's not a critical element in the midst of the greater part of your mix, what the hell is the function, right? So the function for an intro element like that is typically to set the stage, to provide some kind of foreshadowing, right? To create some tension. If there's tension, there needs to be release. If there's foreshadowing, then there needs to be some kind of thing hearkening to that in the mix, and so on and so forth. So if you're looking to build something in there, that's what I would do. I would go back and study some of the greats of a different era, across maybe a couple different types of music, right? Something with a metal edge, but not too metal, right? So you can really easily kind of dissect and understand the function of the different elements. And yes, it is time to get a new set of headphones. Yeah. If you need recommendations for headphones, I'm the gear dude. That is true. That is true. Have you flip ears to make sure it's the headphone and not your hearing? Oh, snap. BlackBerry says, this is not soul-crushing feedback. This is isolating what is impeding your ability to use the talent you clearly have to create the next possible end product. Exactly. Yeah, Cody, it's never enough. It's never enough studying, and it's never enough improvement, right? But that's when you know you're on your path. So, and yeah, definitely hit up Tom for gear advice. Sometimes I'll pan right on the master to even out the volumes, then flip it back to center pan on export. Yeah. All right, on to the next. We still haven't produced anything, you guys. We've been doing this for a couple of hours. There's Discord. All right. All right, this one's from DJ Empirical. This is an older session, 5 years ago or so, that I'm picking back up. I was going to call out the things I need to fix, but maybe I'll simply present it without comments. Always a good choice. All right, so this one's from Empirical. And away we go. Thank you for the follow, Photonics. Good to see you again, Empirical.
Going to a place where I can try to forget your face.
All right, yeah, I see. I think that's Josh commented here. Very nice track and ideas here. I would agree with that. Nice, smooth intro there, dude. At 30 seconds, I think the loop is competing a bit with the vocals. I do, and I think that it kind of carries out. I think that the perk could come up a couple and be moved off to the side just a little bit. Being in the middle where it is okay at first, but it does get lost with the vocals in there and whatnot. At 150, I'm thinking that the ARP could use a little saturation, perhaps even some phase distortion or something just a little bit left of center. Everything else is really kind of clean. If there was something like that that wasn't quite in perfect balance and also warmed it up just a little bit, I think it would play nicely with those vocals. Alternately, having a little play with something like Discord, which I think is a audio thing. Is that no? Audio Modern could be cool, which is just a pitch shifting kind of thing. And maybe just a touch more verb too on that ARP, just to push it back just slightly. Let's see what the chat is saying about this one. And you're half lurking while working. Well, you've got the VODs, so. Blackberry saying, Empirical, have you thought about simply starting this with the vocals and then bringing in the other textures? Ooh. And with this rhythm pattern, is it intended to feel like a chant cycle? Hey, what's the... Cody, I'm just reading your comment about the setting up through DistroKid. Hopefully today, might try the 21-day release strategy. What is that? Nice to get some feedback from different ears and not be so biased on a song after listening to it 1,000 times. Yeah, it's always good to get ears on things, man. The mix overall is somewhat static. There is so much room to move and change things throughout the mix, make it way more immersive. I think a lot of places the sounds could intertwine a lot more. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking with something like a Discord or something like that, where you could, I mean, it wouldn't necessarily be a static process. It would add some kind of a shifting landscape to it. But I would agree with that. You know, there's just the small addition of like a 16 bar long modulation on filter cutoff and resonance does so much in a mix, right? On just one element, right? Just to add some kind of long form interest to the whole thing. Cody's saying the 21-day release start where you rely on notifying your audience on your social medias about pre-save creating video snippets of your song, create up over a 21-day period. Perfect. Okay, cool. Gonna send some lurks to Indremia. Oh yeah, and we'll have to go raid Indremia in a bit too. And the vocalist does not splice, believe it or not. Nice. Well, it definitely fits the vibe. The voice definitely fits the vibe. Did I just get caught up? Did I just get caught up with feedback? Because if so, we'll just start knocking out some stuff here. Let's see. Where am I? Where's Discord? There's Discord. Empirical. Yeah. All right, cool. Robot sounds. Are we doing robot sounds or are we doing dubstep sounds? Should we do some robot sounds first? All right. Twin Dragons, welcome, dude. How are you? Good to have you here. Both! Yeah, why can't you have both robots and dubstep, right? All right, how about this? We'll split the difference, and since we're getting started on production stuff so late, we spent a couple of hours doing feedback. Let's do, maybe we'll even go for like an extra hour here. Empirical says, we released an EP self-titled Below Between about 5 years ago, and there's probably an album worth of tunes yet to be completed. Oh, wow. BlackBerry says even simple EQ automation and panning automation over time could make some subtle but effective variations to the mix. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And yeah, hell yeah. Happy Friday to everybody. Thank you, Tom. Oh, Javar, did I miss yours? I thought we... I don't see one in here, Javar. Well, I mean, we did your first one earlier. But I don't see another one from you. Do you have another one for us to listen to? Because we can do that. Oh, you missed it. Well, I said nice things. We listened to it. We enjoyed it. I said things like this first part sounds like it was out of a video game. The second part sounds like some kind of dark, tense moment from a movie. And then I think there was like some cyber synthy stuff. And then it ended with like some rather orchestral cinematic stuff again. And I was thinking to myself, oh, those strings are getting buried. And as I was typing that out, you lifted the veil and the strings were huge. And then I asked you a question like, hey, did this span the entirety of your live stream? That gets you mostly caught up. Heidi says, full moon this weekend. It's being called a blue moon, as it is the rare fourth full moon in a quarter of a year. Did not know that. Oh, interesting. I didn't know that there were two kinds of blue moons. It is possible for a moon to be a double blue moon then, isn't it? You bet. Only happens once in a blue moon. So true. All right, so let's make some stuff. I think Tom was first, so he said robots. So let's open up. Let's do Absinthe, because we like making Paul squint. Hey, Paul, if you're in here, does I saw your comment in Discord about going from DEF CON 5 down to DEF CON 3. Does this mean that Nick's Garage gets to survive and carry on? Okay, so how do we go about making big robots? Well, first, we need some stuff. Let's find some stuff. One of those stuffs is some kind of machinery. So let's go find some. Let's do sound design. What about a lift? All right, I might take this one. And let's just kill that for a second. And let's move on to maybe a servo. Okay, that one's long enough, and we'll play with that one a bit. Let's add another sample in here. We're doing 3 layers because these are large robots. The last time we dipped into this, we outputted these. I just put these into stems this morning or yesterday. All right, so we've created some servo movements. We'll go in order here. These are some quick ones. So super, super fast. And we've got some regular short ones. And if you've ever wondered how we make these kind of sounds in movies and video games and stuff, you're about to find out. And then we add some medium ones. These sounds are being made for Audio Design Desk. For those of you who are not always in the stream, I oversee all of the content production and composition and stuff for Audio Design Desk on the side. And the robot stuff is for one side of the company, and the dubstep stuff is for another side of the company. All right, so those are the servos. Then we got some malfunctions in there. Here's a short. And then some long ones with some bends in them. So yeah, malfunctions. And then we've got some small robotic movements, starting with the quick ones here. And usually in the screen world, whether it be for film or anime or video game or whatever, we kind of break robotic entities into a few different groups. There's the really small little guys, and those are basically all servo sounds that have been manipulated. And then there's the smaller robotic guys, which is like a combination of something small like a pneumonic thing or some kind of a hydraulic lift or something with servos, and they're both being manipulated in real time together in tandem. And then there's the kind of larger robotic entities, which will actually have something much bigger in there as well. Printing presses are common, bigger industrial lifts, gates, that type of thing, motors. And then there's the mech guys, which have like heavy machinery and servos and lifts and doors and all of these different things, and they're all manipulated in different ways. And those guys usually also have a layer of synthetic sound design as well, not just sound effect building. So those are a bit more involved, and we'll get into some of those. We'll get into some of those probably this next week, because we've just started production on the bigger stuff this week, like transformer type size. So we'll get into some of that too. All right, so here's a bit more of the robotic movement. Okay, Heidi, I just saw your comment about ancient emojis, and I like it. Let's bring out your list here. Okay. Yeah, so this is what we're going for. We're just going the next level up, so bigger. Yes, the British voice robots, yes. Of course there are hieroglyph memes. All right, so I think you guys get the idea. So let's get back in here. And I think I'm on my third sound here. So then that means we're going to go for something big. We did a lift. I don't don't think a printing press is what I want right now. Maybe like a salt grinder. That's too small. That'll work. All right, so we've got these 3 sounds, and just to play them one at a time here, this is the salt grinder. This is the servo. And this is the lift. So first we're just going to dial in the pitch of each one. This will only take a second. Okay, and this one. Let's go up on this one maybe. Okay, so we're gonna switch this to stereo instead of mono. We're gonna set this one just to the left, and this just to the right. And we'll keep our big badass sound in the middle. Okay, so now that we've got this somewhat mixed together, we'll just put a little wave shaper on here to kind of glue them together in a way. Okay, so it sounds a little more mechy now. Now what we're going to do is we are going to set an envelope on here, on each one. And then we're going to look at all 3 of those in tandem. All right, so now we've got 3 different pitch envelopes. And we'll zoom in a bit. Both ways. So everybody can see this a bit better. I'm just going to put in a few somewhat random breakpoints. I'll put one in the attack phase and a couple in the sustain phase. And now we're just going to start playback here. Okay, let's kill the release on these. And let's have all of them kind of dip down together around the same time first. Get a somewhat kind of coherent call and response thing. Cool. Okay, so the servo is too long. So we're going to change the start point of that one a bit. Still a bit. Just a little bit more. All right, so that seems to sync up a bit. So Heidi, you're not the first one to think about hieroglyphs being ancient emojis then. It doesn't make you any less correct. Bola de discoteca. Nice. Okay, all good, except now we just need a bit more variety in the second half. And these do not all need to be sounding the same at all times. So I'm going to invert a couple of things here. And we'll even lower this one for the end. Oh, okay. So that definitely changes the length. So we will start this a little bit later. Okay, that seems synced up. So now what we'll do is we'll just go and record a bunch of stuff. So we're going to set our output to a bus, bring in an audio track, and we'll make that stereo, and we'll set the input to that bus, and we'll hit record, and we'll go up a couple of octaves on the board and work our way down. All right, that's probably enough for that one. Now we're just going to go in and we are going to change a couple of things. We will take down the pitch of the salt grinder, we will take up the pitch of the servo, and we will take up the pitch of the pulley. And now we're going to go and invert some of our stuff here. And start from a lower position and go up. So it sounds more like it's kind of lifting or moving up. All right, so our salt grinder, which is this one, needs to have a little bit more time spent up. Because as we dip down, it slows down the playback. Okay, so we'll just go in and adjust our start point on that one. And bring this one back down a bit probably. All right, let's go into our servo and let's just push this up here at the end so it finishes a little bit faster. In fact, let's get a different servo sound altogether. Let's do this one. And let's bring that down. All right, so we're going to start that a bit later still. There we go. We'll start up a couple of octaves again. Cool. And lastly, let's just put in another audio track. We'll mute this, and this will be a landing pad for our next recording. And away we go. All right, so we've got these two regions here. And I've already made a whole bunch of, oh, that's weird. A whole bunch of smaller stems, so I'm not sure we actually need all these smaller sounds, but I'm going to bounce them anyway. Oh, that's so random. Seth says, I actually own a real Pepe the Frog plushie. That's awesome. He's always watching you. Oh, that's funny. Pepe. Sound design is so fun. Yeah. Kwame says, I've been lurking and doing work while you've been making these sounds, and it's kind of perfect. Nice, dude. Nice. Saf says, one mistake I learned today is to never put such noodles when making udon noodles because it's going to become too fried, then soupy. You mean don't put them in too early, maybe? Oh, curry noodles. Gotcha. Robot zombie. Mutate. Yes, we can mutate. Let me get a couple more captures in and type down or type out robot zombie for purple. She's going to have her own sound pack soon. Like the entire pack is going to be named by purple. It's great. Love it. Yes, mutate, mutate. In fact, you know what? I wonder, will this map out the samples as well? Yep, it will. We're gonna hit pause. We're gonna mutate this. We're gonna move this toward, let's move it towards something. Let's see here. That's so funny. I highlight sound effects and then metal, and like half the results in here are mine. Ooh, scratching pipes. A water phone. All right, let's put this into one of mine from after the Sounds from the Apocalypse release. And let's do maybe this Fright Night or Final Warning. Let's start at the top. Let's go Beware the Cult. We're going to mutate like 30% or so and see what happens. Not really all that great. Let's go into Down the Drain and we'll just retry this. What? Okay, now that's pretty weird stuff right there. Oh, right here. Native Instruments should release an OhmLab exclusive pack on Absinthe. People would love that. Brian would love that. Brian has always said the kindest things as I've released things for Absinthe over the years. Brian Clevenger is the creator of Absinthe. All right, so there's some weird stuff in there, right? Let's just do a like a 3 or 4 minute little mutate rabbit hole here. We're gonna do it again. Mutating toward dinner time. Talk about minimal. Yeah, let's do. Fright Night. Whoa, am I still dropped way down? Oh yeah, I'm dropped down a couple of octaves here. Let's bring this back up. Wild. Let's do a water phone in here. Ooh, hey now. Let's drop this down even more. All right, one of these is stuck in Hertz mode or something, huh? Note, that's what it is. Let's get that to transposition. There we go. There we go. All right, we'll play more mutation games later. We're going to go back to work here. Drop this down to the bottom. Make sure this is still recording. And get into our Absinthe again. Turkey lurkey. Oh, Blackberry, say hi to Andy for us. We'll come join you guys here in a while. Is there a Chef Ramsay of music? I don't want to be the Chef Ramsay of music. I know that I was a chef for a long time. I am proud to say, I never lost my cool on anyone in all of those years. I know that it's for entertainment purposes, but I think that it's just a bunch of shite, personally. That's what I think. Twerky lurky. Twerky lurky. Okay. Chris is the Gordon Ramsay on sound manipulation. Yeah, I don't like it either. I think it's stupid. I think it's really stupid. I said this the whole time I was in the industry too. Like it's an industry of rebels, right? And ruffians, sort of. But yeah, I just don't like the rampant like alcoholism and cocaine addiction mixed with that angry chef syndrome. It's all just waiting for these boil over moments, and they happen all the time, and it's stupid. It's just stupid. Okay, so we're going to swap out sounds. I did a lift pulley. Let's do a scrape this time. That's massively huge. Okay, we'll do a stop. And let's get away from the super bigs. And let's do a printing press on this one. Sure, we'll do that. We'll just manipulate it a bit more. And then let's do, instead of the salt grinder, Let's do... a locker door being vibrated by a massager. Okay, let's do this one. A door opening and closing. All right, so that's the printing press still popping off there. So let's bring this up a bit and let's start it much later. And let's not make that the focal point of this one. Let's bring this one up a bit more. Okay, so that was a little bit closer. Now we're going to bring this up just a little bit more. Okay. That seemed mostly in line. Why did we lose our zoom? Oh, because I closed the... Right. We went and played mutation. All right. Let's go up a couple of octaves here. Which one is that? Which one is starting late? Probably the locker? Yeah, okay, so we're just gonna speed that up a little bit. There we go. All right, let's smooth out these. These are a little too undefined. All right, this seems to be syncing up now. Let's get these a little bit more organic shape-wise. There we go. All right, so I'm not sure that we actually need this other drop here. All right, let's do some recording on this. Where's my sound? Where did my sound go? All right, let's try that again. Big robot. Big robot. Big old mech guy. You want to see me cook? You could do a kitchen sound stream. Yeah, we absolutely could. We could sample the whole kitchen while I'm cooking. I see you, Kwame. Tom is saying that's another thing we have in common, Chris. I was supposed to be a chef before I decided on music. Yeah. Yep. They do kind of go hand in hand. Before that, I was attempted to be influenced to be a Catholic priest, but thank goodness that didn't happen. Oh my goodness. I mean, you would have made a great priest, but seriously, I'm glad you didn't. Oh my goodness. You want to try cooking on a boat on a very nice calm day. Yeah, it's not very fun when it's not calm, that's for sure. Tom says, when I was in the army, we took commercial boats to get into the basic training island, and they always seemed to be cooking the most delicious smelling food. Oh, man. No microwave. You've got to have a wok and a portable fire. You've got to. Yes, truly massive. The last couple there were just massive, right, Cody? It made me think of like Pacific Rim or something, right? All right, let's do more of this. We're gonna go up on the pitch of our scrape. We're gonna go down on the press, our printing press, and let's go down on our locker. And that means that we're going to have to push our printing press even further up. So, and that's number 2, right? Yep, printing press is 2. So we're going to speed that one up. And we'll drop this down even more. Bring this out a little bit more. Come down like this. Make this a bit more reasonable here. All right, let's see what this sounds like. All right, so we need our printing press, which is still this one, to come up just a little bit more so it finishes a little bit quicker, because we're almost out of audio on that one. And then we need this one to run longer. So let's bring this down like this. Whoa, that was way too much. I don't like this. Down low it still sounds pretty good, but up high, it sounds all eh. Okay. Okay. Bring this up a little bit. Let's see how low it gets. All right. Let's bounce a couple. Last one. Okay, so those last few were very large. Let's, before I go any further, August 20. All right, I will probably say that we're good. Well, let me see here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We might need to do one more run of these. Let's just listen to what we have so far. Next stem. Yo, sign outs here. Yakucho, thank you for being here. Okay, so of what I just heard, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 definitely qualify as large. Let's get one more round bounced really quick, and then we'll call it good on robots, and we'll move on to the next thing. Yakucho, we can do some feedback. Let me do one more bounce of these robotic sounds. Why don't you go ahead and trip on over to the Discord. If I can spell this. And drop it in there for some feedback. There's a public feedback room in there. Quick reminder, all subscribers get a free sound pack. You can grab that at the Discord if you have not already. This month's free sound pack is called Mod Bits 1, Percussive Modular Awesomeness. Tasty little bits that you can sequence very easily. Whatever you're inspired to make with them, come back, submit them at the end of the month for our community challenge. You will get another free sound pack of sounds and a chance to win even more stuff. Hey, Tom, what just happened there? You got a new little thingy next to your name. Oh, man. Again. I don't think I have a kiss set up, Heidi. We might have to do that, though. Let's see here. We might just have Heidi start naming all of the sounds. Sleep paralysis robot. How do you feel about the Sennheiser HD660S binaural recording headset? Ooh. Ooh, but for the budget, the audio. Ah. You now have mod power. Thank you for everything that you do for the community, homie. Big love. Be doing my own mixing mastering. One of my best friends works at Guitar Center, so I can get discounts through him. Nice. All right. Let's do something that starts up high and comes down low. All right, nice sweeping movements here on this one. We're going to make this one a fairly tame curve. All right, let's see what that does for us. Oh, no, it sounds like poo. Why does that sound like poo? So we've got these massive concave curves here. All right, let's bring all of our breakpoints down. I'll end this one kind of mid-range. It'll slow down the playback of our samples as well. All right, this is sounding closer. Let's just stretch these out. Bring this up a bit. That's our locker door again. We gotta wrangle that in. And our printing press. Okay, so we've got, we'll speed up our printing press by 2 or 3, and we will do the same with our locker door. Massive. Yeah, I can't help but think of like a Pacific Rim or something for this. All right, that sounds decent. Let's get this bounced. All right, time for some big ones. All right, that gives us a couple more big ones, and we might even just reverse a couple of those to make them seem a bit more unique overall. Save. And let's just do a really quick strip silence on each one of these, and then we'll go do a little bit of feedback. Oh, looks like I need a bit more of a tail here, though. It seems like we're cutting some of these guys off here. We'll roll with it, though, for right now. I can always make small adjustments later. All right, so we'll just chop each one of these really quick. Oops, that one did not do that very cleanly. Let's take this down a bit more. There we go. Oh, we're still missing just a little bit. There we go. All right. And this one. Cool. Okay, so we've got those all chopped, and I will parse those into small, medium, and large here in just a bit. And we'll come back and we'll make some sounds for the other release. Heidi wants a crown. Let's give Heidi a crown. Can we do that? How can we do that? We've already given her a diamond. We've got to come up with something else. Wait, let me read this again from Tom. It's a really good pair for mixing, don't get me wrong, but for that price, a very well-tuned planar magnetic headphone like the LCD-1 paired with the Audi's Reveal that flattens. The natural curves would be amazing for mixing. Excellent, excellent. Andremia's here with a party of 7. Dude, we were going to come raid you. We've been talking about it. All right. Well, how was your stream, dude? Thank you so much for the raid. How are you? I haven't seen you in a few. Everybody go follow Andremia. If you have not been there yet, you're in for a serious treat. This space android friend of ours does this amazing thing where through granular synthesis takes one sound and makes an entire song out of it. And right now he's in the midst of a 30-day song challenge. He's been riffing on tinfoil, and it's all just flipping amazing. So please go check it out and treat yourself. Huh. Yes, headphone technology has advanced just a ton, right? Yeah, I've had these forever. I should really up them. Paul's back. Oh no, the eye doctor made you cry. Oh no. Well, we've been playing with absinthe while you were at the eye doctor, so there's that. M is me, welcome. How are you? Thanks again for the raid, homie. He did beat me to it, didn't he, Cody? Oh, and look at that. Nate. Nate is here. Well timed. Not part of the raid, but popping by to say hello. How are you, brother? Good day today? Everybody follow Chris. Oh. Oh, look at that. Saf throws down the gauntlet. I dare you to do 100 tracks in 100 days. Oh, man. Lurking and working. And Apricotty's here. Meow, meow. How are you? All is well here. Feel free to lurk away. We'll keep you entertained in the background. All right, over to the Discord. Where are we here? We're looking for... Yakucho, I do not see anything up yet for feedback. So when you're ready, you just drop a link in the public feedback and we'll circle back and make it happen for you. I'm doing all right, Apricotty. Roscoe's here. How you doing, man? All right, I am going to, let's see here. We did a couple hours of feedback. We did like 45 minutes of robot sounds. Now we're going to go and make some dubstep effects for another release. And I am going to get a little bit more tea, and I'll be right back. So I'm going to leave you with some lo-fi glitchiness because... Streamlabs is making all the streaming music services glitch right now for some reason. So you guys can enjoy some weird jumpy lo-fi while I'm away. And I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Oh, look at that. Apricotty's getting some hugs, some purrs. Nice, nice. All right, so like I said, stick around. I'll be right back. And we'll make some more awesome stuff together. See you in just a couple. And I'm back. Nothing like some glitchy lo-fi. All right, so where were we here? What have you guys been up to? It almost sounds like your ringtone, which you never hear because people don't call people on phones. Oh man, look at this love from Tom. So bloody proud of you, Andy, for making so many tracks over the past week. Man, Andy, how many albums have you made in the last year? I am curious. Put the VODs in my background while cleaning the house and love the sounds. Oh, that's a great idea. Music to clean by, music to cook by, music to read by, and Dremia does it all. Sometimes I turn off the sound on a movie, like a sci-fi movie, and I just listen to Dremia while it's playing, and it's nice. That's true. And Dremia has a crown too. Yes. Oh, well, you know what that crown is? That crown is for Prime. So if you have Amazon Prime, you can subscribe for free because there's one free subscription each month for Twitch because Twitch is owned by Amazon. So if you've been paying $5 a month for this thing, then you're way overpaying, and you should immediately change that and make what's his face that we want to leave in space. What's his name? Mr. Bezos. Have him pay for it. Hmm. Yep, Paul's got a crown. He does it through Prime. Whoa. There's some heavy, deep stuff for you right there. And Dremia says, well, to be honest with you, Saffron Works, Dremia's entire existence is an experiment, much like the human condition. You're playing, you don't need a crown. Thank you, Upper Kitty. It's good to be back. You don't remember how many? You've made a lot of music in the last year, man. Oh, Saf, somewhere in the thousands range. Oh, man. Yeah, it's great if there's a lot of bad tracks. You're learning something every single time, right? And just going through the process of it all seriously. Oh, that's right. Of course, everything is more in Canada. Got to talk to your cousin about that. Whoa! Gonna try and fix and release all over 200 by the end of next year. Fantastic in Dremia. Oh my goodness. Like, think about this, think about this, think about this. By the time that the masses discover Dremia, they will have, I mean, it's like, it's got to be akin to like someone discovering Brian Eno right now, or Robert Fripp, or someone that's got like just decades worth of stuff, and they're like, oh, I have hundreds of tracks to listen to. That's what they're going to feel when they discover Dremia. That's true. Picasso did 1,000 paintings and buried them. That's true. Yeah, I think you're right, Paul. If you sub with prime on anything, you get the crown. Yep, remember the law of averages. It all shakes out in the end. DJ Empirical says I turned off the crown because when you hover over it, it says Prime Gaming, and that's not my vibe. I didn't even know you could toggle it on or off. That's a good attitude, Andremia. Never burn any of your work. Nice. A future ancient emoji. Yes. Yes. Oh, that's great. She's talking like thousands of years from now, Andy. It doesn't mean bad, just the bottom of the pile. Nice one, Paul. All right, so now let's do a hard pivot. Well, I don't know if it's that hard of a pivot, going from robots to dubstep, but. And for those keeping track at home, I opted for coffee over tea this time. We'll see if that was a good choice. All right, so now, with proper upgrades, you will witness, said Ancient Emoji. Yes, you will. You could even be the one that leads the charge with the memes, the ND memes. All right, so let's do some swells. Let's kind of stretch out with some swells. These all right here, let's toss all of these into a folder and just stay in the same project. And this folder will be called Robotics. And now we're on to, let's do Serum, shall we? Yeah, I've stopped coffee a few times over the years. It's just been messing with me lately. A bunch of stuff has been messing with me. But I'm not here for the pity party, so let's make sounds. Let's make this bigger so you can see it. Perfect, it's a hit. Let's get into one of my older ones. A spectral saw. And let's drop that a couple. All right, swells, risers, swells and risers. Let's do swells first, then we'll go risers, then we'll go impacts, and maybe we'll get a couple lifters out. We're probably only going to spend like an hour on this, so let's go up like 2 octaves on this, kill it, and drop it into an FM. All right, so let's do a slow crawl across this one, and let's also put like a little bit of screech into that. And let's put this down. Let's put this down at like 4 bars. And let's trigger that so it all starts together. And this whole release is in F, I do believe. And I want to keep in the same vibe that I was building the other day, so let's just check those really quick. Kind of tune the ears a bit. Where am I here? Robotics, dubstep, that's today. Dubstep rhythm, that's Wednesday. Okay, so these are the stuff that I bounced the other day. I'm still not sure about the bends here. I don't know. All right, so some fills. That's funny. None of the processing is here because we're outside of the project. But all right, let's do swells within that vein. Eric, welcome back, dude. Oh, a 12-month sub. It's our anniversary. Ah, look away, everyone. We're going to make out. Thank you so much, homie. It's great to have you here. All right, let's add a little sub to this. Just a touch of low-end love here. All right, and then we're going to send this whole thing. Let's just send this whole thing through a band. Let's do a loose band on this one. And bring this down. We'll sync this to the same exact LFO because Dubstep loves sync. Wow, look how tight that is. All right, add a little bit of heat to this. A little flanger action in here. All right, now where are we on the lefts? Oh, we're still lovely. Okay. Compression. FM is starting to shine. A little reverb on there. All right, and we'll give it a little something. Let's give it Maybe just a little bit of like a vibrato kind of a thing. Let's take this up to, say, 16ths. We could even try putting just a little bit of that love right here. Just a little bit. A little jitter. And what's this on a 2-bar? And a 1-bar? And let's envelope that. Now, what happened to the audio? Streamlabs. Streamlabs. It's like my Newman. Oh, Andy, I just saw your comment about do I have time for feedback? For you, dude? Always. When your descendant Bender plays your tracks to all and regales with the story of Lord and Dremmy and the galactic disco machine, my head in a jar will be bopping along. Dude, Paul, that is amazing. Oh, it's rather wordy for the quote of the day, but that is hands down the quote of the day. Glad you made it back to the stream, homie. Cody's saying, runny, coffee runs up my anxiety, but I love it. Yeah. Yeah. Coffee keeps me from killing, says Paul. Except I don't have the energy to kill without coffee, which is a catch-22. Are we talking like even first-person shooters here, or? Oh, holy heck, really? Heidi? Red rose tea made you go to the ER. What? Oh my goodness. Imagine being discovered, says Andremia. Space is a big place, but eventually someone is going to stumble upon this android floating through it. Rose water helps reverse those reactions. Really? Drank a whole kettle of red rose tea and the caffeine made your heart race. Yeah, I bet it did. David Niven. That's the last I say on streaking. Oh, man. Oh, thank you, Saf. That's nice. Jennifer McJenniferson. Oh my goodness. Um, all right. Somewhere in here, there's probably a link from Andy. Great recovery from Mr. Niven there, too. Okay, feedback on the overall mix. All right. Nate says off to more hop legs work next week, though getting up in some community challenges. Ooh, nice, Nate. Ooh, I cannot wait to hear what you do with mod bits. Looking forward to that. You're gonna slay it, dude. Everybody watch out, because Nate's coming. He takes his time with stuff, and then he makes it perfect. Paul, I wanted to kill the eye doc today, then remembered I only drank half a pot of coffee, so I just growled really low at him. That's awesome. Tom, oh damn, got caught in the DAW, made a dark D&B. Didn't even notice I was still watching Chris. Oh man. Okay, Nate, I see you. I mean, take too much time and spend too much perfection. One of your worst habits. Yeah, well, one of my worst habits might be moving too quickly nowadays, right? I mean, people sit here and watch me crank out like 100 sounds in an hour. Some of them could be better, right? All right, here we go. This one is from Andremia. Damn it. I swear, Streamlabs. You guys didn't hear any of that shit? Oh, man. All right, let's go back. Is my mic working? Freaking Streamlabs. Yeah, white mic is still working. What is up with that, Streamlabs? A tiny mute. A Groot? We're working on Marvel Universe stuff, as some of you know, and I've been watching some of the stuff, and I've rewatched Guardians of the Galaxy and realized just how much stuff I missed the first time around, and just how flippin' awesome Groot still is the second time around. All right, back to Andromeda here. Sorry I was on mute. Okay, so I'm working through this idea here really quick. The idea is duplicate that snare, roll off all the low end, kind of make some hats out of it, right? Like keep the same everything, but then make some really fast triplets that kind of chase the delay echo of the snare. That would sound so flippin' great. I like this one, Andy. This is good. And I like the art on it too. Sorry it was on freaking mute for so long. Streamlabs. I think the kick needs a little extra. So I would saturate slightly, somewhere between 80 and 100, just a little bit, just get a little bit of thickness up, and then target around 4.5K or something like that with an overdrive to get the top end. And it'll probably feel just a little bit more cohesive down there. And I think that the snare can be moved out to the side just a little bit to free up more room in the middle. And I do like that delay. The bass growl at 140 is awesome and I want more of it. And I understand that I like it even more since there's only one in there, but I want more of it. So I guess I have to listen to the song again. I really like the width on this. That said, I think that there is room to play in those sides with tiny little things. And one thing that kept kind of coming up in my mind was some kind of high frequency thing, like bell-ish kind of frequency. And if you just listen to it like in a general area over here. Like little bits of dust or like fleeting little ARPy shots or something might sound really cool. Or maybe something that actually kind of flies across the entire stereo spectrum, like a really fast like 30-second note arpeggio or something that's just like really, really high, kind of dusty or something. Maybe like a 16 belly arp. Yep. Yeah, something up there. I think it would sound really nice. I think it's the only thing that I would say is maybe missing from this. It's hard to say that your stuff is ever really missing anything because it always sounds really cohesive and complete because it's all derived from the same stuff. But maybe something way up there. And then the other thing I would say is maybe just one element in the mix gets some kind of ongoing long form modulation. Whether it be something simple like cutoff and resonance being modulated up and down over like 20 bars at a time or something like that, or if it's a saturation swell that happens or something. I think one more long change over time would be really, really good in this. When that bass swell comes right in the middle of the song, it feels really, really good. And I think part of it is the timbre and that it's a really flippin' sweet sound. But part of it is also just the motion, I think. And you've always got that kind of push-pull kind of motion thing going on in your music already. So one more layer of movement, I think. Oh yes, of course, Andy, of course. $1 million, please. There you go. Ooh, how about making the drones move out into space, reverb, and widen? I like that, Paul. Yeah. Wide but not deep, huh? Well, the other thing that I was thinking with the kick is that if, and there's definitely room for this. Send your kick to a bus. On the bus, roll off half of the frequencies, everything below like 500 or something. So it's kind of knocky and it's very thin, right? But then on that channel, put a massive hall, just like a super long, rich, creamy hall reverb. I kept thinking that maybe the snare could do that, but I was thinking it's probably not low enough in the mix. But some element lower in the mix kind of sent out would definitely add some more depth to it. There's a game being made right now in the world that has your name all over it, right? Right? I think that every time. I think that, and I think that if only Andy had been making this music when Kubrick was really popping, it would have been a match made in heaven. If I played a 10-bit game with music like this, just fall into immersion, right? Sega Saturn game, huh? Jinx. Yeah, Tom, right? I feel like we have that quite a bit. The base one resembles a dragon waking. Ooh, yes. The smaller base one's the dragon's breath sleeping. Okay, yeah. 1 million in the mail. Hope it doesn't get lost. Nice one, dude. So you posted a comment on the Madonna James Carr dance fit on August 16th, and we'll have a funny admirer. Oh, friend. Heidi has a boyfriend. One that she doesn't want, maybe? All right. Back to over here. We were just about to make some stuff, right? Just about to bounce something. I think we can do that. Mute those robotics. Let's stretch this out to 5. Boom. And let's get everything on the bubble. All right, tasty, but it needs just a little bit more shaping here. So let's get in here and dial in our attack and our release. Let's get this a bit more linear here. And since we've got that little bit of reverb on there, let's just give it a little bit of extra wiggle. Just something simple, like maybe just a little bit of hot glue. That's pretty crispy. Little compressor on this, and let's bring this up to say like maybe 6:1, like a 4 here or so. See if we can get our luffs straight. Okay. So we're going to add back a couple, and then we're just going to take away just a bit. Disco, right on the money. What were my decibels? 6 under? That's great. You are welcome, Andremia. All right, so let's bounce this. Hell, I forget exactly what all of this will be in what order, so we'll just say bass. And this is in F. And this is going to be, I forget what number. Let's see here. These swells, I did 7 of them. So let's call this 8. We'll just kind of pick up where we were. And then intensity 3, complexity 3, something like that. So all of this extra stuff that I'm sticking into the naming convention here is really just fuel for Audio Design Desk to do its thing. If you name stuff properly, upon ingestion into the system, it will extract all of the metadata that it needs to kind of give it the best place or best chance in the ecosystem, I should say. Thank you, Andremia. Canada, the Canadian border just called to tell you a package containing illegal contents was shipped in your name. Whoa. Whoa. What? Yeah, it definitely sounds like a scam call. I can't imagine a border patrol calling someone or emailing someone telling them this. Yeah, Miranda, right? Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Eric. I would agree with that. Your water wings got held up. Would those be the water wings containing cocaine, ma'am? Ma'am? Allegedly. Allegedly full of cocaine. Allegedly. It's just talcum powder. I swear, man. Okay, yeah. So we're gonna do that one too. We're gonna do this one too. Where is that? Oh, I think it's this one. Okay, that's pretty wild. Let's take out the low end on that and see what happens. Yeah, and now let's see what happens when we add a little tremolo. You guys know. You're probably thinking, it's been 2 minutes since I used tremolo on something. I wonder if everything is okay. Could be like a sign of a stroke or something. Oh, right. You posted something in the Discord. Let's check that out. To the Discord. What is Heidi up to over here? Oh, the Groot. The Groot comment. That's awesome. That is funny. You did just say your phone never rings. Blue moon manifestation. That's awesome. Just within like 2 seconds too. That's awesome. That's great. Let me try to manifest a Grammy. Oh, okay. I'm going to manifest a giant bowl of legit ramen right now. Northern Thailand style. Right now. Damn it. Okay. I'm gonna manifest a plate of sushi. Hold on just a second. Sushi and Maki, era like 2006. It's really not working for me, actually. I've discovered, while raising a little one, that I mostly suck at magic. I have great magic spell ideas, but my magic doesn't actually work a lot. Nico and I will be playing, and he'll say something like, I really wish I had this one in pink. And I said, well, just use your magic and make it pink. And he always responds with, like, oh, good idea. And then psh, he makes it pink, right? And like walks away and he's happy. But whenever I do it, I'll be like, oh, you want it pink? Here, I'll do it. Whoosh. And he's like, Papa, your magic doesn't work, remember? It's just pretend. Come on. And he'll turn it pink with his magic and he'll walk on. Gotta love that guy. OhmLab chord and synchronicities. You're gonna have your own like secret language album release here soon, Heidi. It's hilarious. Right? That sounds delicious, right? With that like 30-second little tremolo chop on there. Yeah, that's gonna sound good in some tracks right there. And it's gonna sound good in a scene too. That's the nice thing about producing content for Audio Design Desk is that you just shoot right down the middle. Whatever's good for both screen and music is a 100% win. All right, so, oh, I should have grabbed this. And now this and this, but we'll change this to complexity 4 and intensity 2, but everything else can stay the same. Oh, except for that's actually 9, not 8. Let's change that. Keep all my ducks in a row here. Cool. All right, so we'll turn off that EQ and the tremolo, and now let's keep everything exactly as it is, but instead of FM, let's go mirror on this one, because Dubstep loves mirror. Okay, bring back the EQ and just roll off a bit. Oops. And let's just scoop a bunch out of the middle so it doesn't wreck the mix. And let's scoop just a little. Yeah, okay, so that'll work, and we'll call this 10. All right, now let's keep that same exact thing, but let's now put a comb into the mix and just see if we can repurpose this one more time. Which one? Comb plus or comb? Comb plus or comb? Let's do comb. No, let's stick with the comb plus first. Let's just try it. Yeah, like 75 or so. All right, so maybe what we'll do is we'll split the difference, find a spot right in between here. We'll take our LFO and we'll go bipolar and just range it like just a depth of like a couple here. Yeah, something like that. And let's just toss a tuner on here really quick and see what the hell we just did. Okay, so we need to move this. Let's look closer. Okay, very close, very close, very close. So close. There we go. Disco. That'll do it. That'll do, pig. Everybody loves a little comb. All right, so this is going to be number 11. And we'll call this complexity 4. Seems fairly complex. Thai big bowl ramen. I like it. Right, doesn't that sound delicious? My mouth has been slowly watering thinking of all of the Thai food that I desperately miss. I've been away for far too long. So, for those that have never been to Thailand, what you find in Thai restaurants in the States is like a very, very, very small sliver and slightly Americanized. Um, and I'm only calling out America on this because it's like where I have the experience. I don't think I've ever eaten Thai food in another country other than like outside of Southeast Asia. But anyway, a lot of the food is soup, especially as you move up toward the north. Like as soon as you move away from Bangkok, everything is very, very different food wise. And by the time you make it up to like Chiang Mai, like 50% of your food consumed is like broth and noodles. And it's so flippin' good. And of course, everything is sold like in little carts and little stands and stuff. Markets are outdoors and whatnot. So walk downstairs and quite literally right across from my door was a place that we could get, oh, maybe like third best food in the whole area, right? Like you walk around the corner and there's this soup stand that I would go to almost daily, and there were probably on average maybe 8 different bowls of soup that you could order on any given day. Um, right across the street from that, there was, well, I guess there were 2 different khao soi places, but 2 more soup places. I would say that we were so lucky in this little neighborhood. We had probably maybe 5 of the overall top 10 soup destinations that I was able to find in our time there, which was like a couple years. Um, but oh my gosh, it just changed my view on soup and great food for the rest of my life. Have you heard of Stream Eats? Viewers can send you takeout. Yeah, I have seen that. I have seen that. Maybe I should start doing that. I do these really long streams where I'm on for like 3 hours, or well, it's usually like average 3 hours, but I definitely do every once in a while, like a 5 hour. Y'all could feed me. Thai Big Bowl Ramen is going up on the board. Nice, Saf. Go have fun with the sounds, dude. Oh, excellent, Paul. That's such great news. I love that feeling. I think I'm sufficiently past all this recent business that my creative funk is over. Now waiting for Miss Muse to pay a visit. Excellent. Heidi says, you have good magic. You just probably give it to your loved ones. I truly believe that. Aw. Nice, Paul. I am looking forward to whatever you cook up with Mod Bits. Mind. Once you realize that inspiration and blocks are a state of mind, you'll never get bored again. It's a matter of challenging yourself just to start. Boom! Right there. Yeah, absolutely. I do believe that it can be difficult at times for people to find like melodies or whatever, but I've had a fix for that for ages. Um, um, the first part is to walk outside to do this because the results are much better when you're outside when you do this, but you can do this anywhere. Um, go for a walk, take several deep breaths of fresh air, and close your eyes and open it. And whatever you're looking at, say that word, but say it in some kind of a beat, some kind of a rhythm. Or if you need more syllables to play with, find up to 3 things that you've just seen, like squirrel on a tree. Squirrel on a tree is plenty of syllables, 4, right? Squirrel on a tree. Yeah, 4 syllables to come up with a tiny little ditty. But it's funny what happens when you put like a specific number of syllables into your mind and then start like flipping through the 12 notes, right? Like what could you come up with? And it's just a reminder that less is more is always just waiting for you. Haven't had a creative block in 6 years, says Andremia. You need more clones to keep up. Yeah, right? You're going to have your own version of the Clone Wars, but there are going to be no wars. It's just going to be like the what would this be? I don't know. The clone takeover, I guess. If all of your clones just started making music all at the same time, man. Emma's Me says, first month of lockdown, I realized I needed to learn to make pad thai. It's very easy to do. Yes, it is. Yeah. Yeah, Paul, that's exactly it. And water is not safe in most places, and soup is. So that's, yeah, that's exactly it. Although I will say that there is a large contingency of the native population that puts so many dried chilies into any soup that they eat that it's fascinating to watch. And I definitely got into it over time because I love spice. I love super hot chilies and stuff, so I fit in very well there. But they slurp down the noodles as fast as they can, which are all completely stained red, by the way, at this point. And they're like varying different types of chilies, but these are all chilies that have been dried, crushed, and then like preserved in an oil kind of. And they leave this giant bowl of, I mean, like a giant bowl of broth, but they just horf down all of the noodles, and they're completely sweating when they walk away. And I always think to myself, but the broth, the broth. Fuchsia, how's it going? Haven't seen you in a minute. It's good to see you, dude. Andremia, someone did. You know what? We gave Tom some powers, and now Tom is taking away our ability to be rich and famous. Paul, Chris's magic only works for Chris. Nico gets it. Fuchsia says, I've been in a block for about 5 months now. I was wondering where you were. You gotta come hang out more. We'll get you out of that block. Fear not. Mm. There you go, Andremia. Randomization. Randomization. Or get a squirrel to run across your keyboard controller and done and done. Ooh, I like the way you think, dude. Raise your hand if you've seen Tampopo. I don't know if I've seen Tampopo. What am I going to find when I type in Tampopo? I have not seen it. A comedy western. Two Japanese milk truck drivers. Oh, it's Ken Watanabe. Help a restaurant owner learn how to cook great noodles. Okay, I bet it's great. Means dandelion. Tampopo. Huh. All right, 8 out of 10 on IMDb. And Paul and IMDb can't be wrong. Recently discovered a spice labeled Canadian mild. Oh my goodness. Tom keeping us down. I ordered that Thai hot or Italian or Indian hot. Oh, yeah, fuchsia. You know, we were just talking about this on Damien's stream earlier today too, and there are things that you can do to break out of that cycle. There are. There are. Um, yeah, we were talking about how don't have time for that. Uh, Basically just translates to I'm not willing to prioritize that right now. Sometimes it means I truly don't have the ability to prioritize that right now. But usually it's I'm not willing to or I'm not going to prioritize it. So anyway, what you do to break out of this is you give yourself time-based like incremental challenges. Even if it's just sitting down for like 30 minutes or something like that and doing something and then throwing it away. Like just making the time for yourself, because you know how it is. It's freaking infectious. You sit down and you're like, all right, I don't have time to be doing this. And then you start having fun. And then fun leads to inspiration, and then inspiration leads to great ideas. And then next thing you know, you haven't slept and you have to go to work, but you made great music. And you've broken a cycle. I jest, but there really are ways to break out of this. There really are. Tampopo is the first noodle western. Oh, that's the name of a sushi restaurant in Vancouver, really? Stubstep. Oh man. Uh Tom, you deleted our chance to become rich and famous. That's what you did. The egg kiss. Oh, that's funny. You're right though, it's killing me even more than I know what to do when to prioritize it. Yeah, yeah, I hear you. I hear you. Um, yeah, of course you can drop a link for feedback, dude. Um, in all seriousness, though, there really are ways to break out of it, and it doesn't always have to be at your DAW. You don't always have to. Music extends far beyond our time in front of a screen, right? And music existed for a very, very long time without screens and without busy schedules. And the inspiration is the thing that we can't really let slip by, right? And fun is the other thing. And when we start to think of it as a grind, I think that the large majority of time it's a carryover from the other things in our lives that are grinds. So you're tired, you're beat down at work, so you feel tired and beat down when you think about making music. And it should be the opposite. We're just weighted down very heavily right now as people. And when you think about making music, it should make you a bit lighter, right? And like the heavy thoughts kind of start with the fact that it's what you want to be doing and you can't, and you're kind of bitter about that, right? Like if we're going to be freaking honest about all of this, life freaking sucks that way sometimes. But if you know, you're sitting there saying, I wish this was different, or I need to do that, and you're not actually doing it, or you're not actually doing something to break out of it, then it just kind of perpetuates it and it makes it worse. So get the hell out of the funk and do it through like bite-sized little things, right? Like if you're on a bus on the way to work, perhaps there's a chance for you to be making little beats on your phone or to be writing down lyrics in a notepad based upon what you're seeing through the bus window or on the bus or whatever. But there are so many different little exercises and things that you could do when you're not even sitting down in front of your screen that can help shake you out of that. Because as soon as you have a good idea, you know how it is. Like you get that little surge of adrenaline. And you're like, okay, so as soon as I get home, I'm going to do something with this. And you're completely juiced and you're back like that. Jeremy says, biggest creativity boost, set aside time each day to make something and upload it. Doesn't matter what it is. Do it for 365 days. Mind blown. Yeah, no, that's true. That's true because you become a wizard. You become a wizard. Tom is greedy, but he shares, so. And then it's just easy to say, that's a great idea, but I don't really have time for that. And then you fall right back into it. All right, so we're going to listen to this. This is Fuchsia.
Yeah, shotta. Got a gun in a Prada. One look and you're outa. Nobody can stop her. Holla. For me, you drop no matter. She can make it humbly faster. Live without the chase, can't find her. Yeah, shotta. Got a gun in a Prada. One look and you're outa. Nobody can stop her. Holla. For me, you drop no matter. She can make it humbly faster. Live without the chase, can't find her. Yeah, shotta. Told me her name, I forgot it. Pretty face, I shot it. Riding in the beats, it started. Yeah, smoke in the rain. I'm the reason for your pain. You're the reason I hear. I don't wanna hear your name. Yeah, shotta. Told me her name, I forgot it. Pretty face, I shot it. Riding in the beats, it started. Yeah, smoke in the rain. I'm the reason for your pain. You're the reason I hear. I don't wanna hear your name.
Okay, this is great. This is great. Yeah, not seeing too many comments on this yet in the chat, but I do like this. This is a nice, super punchy, tight track. You've got a few things that make me go, whoa. And whenever I say whoa, I'm probably going to be listening to it again. Nice intro, nice mood, nice mix, nice arrangement, great vocals. The transitions are awesome. Only a couple of things. One, with those awesome transitions, I feel like you could embellish the transition effects just a little bit more, just to kind of push it over the top, if you will. Because you don't really have anything extreme or like screaming for attention in those little moments. So they'd really pop. Second, the harmony vocals. I think that you should highlight you've got a whole bunch of different awesome little ninja maneuvers that you're pulling off with these vocals. And I would love to hear each one of them get a bit more attention. So that said, bringing the harmony up along almost equal with the lead vocal, I think would go a great distance in this. At 150, there's this super momentary synth. It's like maybe a second synth whirly thingy. It's around 150. I think it could come up and it could actively be moving across the stereo field in a pan modulation or something like that. And there's a couple tiny little ear candy bits that you have in the mix that are kind of like that. And anything to draw the attention of the listener to those things, even if just for 1 second, is great, because then they're forced to return to what's happening in the main event, so to speak, and they're going to be even more impressed, right? They're going to be reminded about just how awesome it is. So each one of those things where you can kind of pull attention to small embellishment or accent, something like that, the better, right? Because it keeps the listener more actively engaged. They become a more active participant instead of just this passive observer, right? These lyrics are flipping great. So anything that you can do to call more attention to your trickery with those vocals is only going to draw more attention to the lyrics as well. So all that said, I know you've been feeling it for the past few months and that you haven't been creating. I hope this snaps you out of it because it's solid. It's solid. It's super punchy. It's fun. It's unique. Yeah. Brent, welcome in. Thank you for being here. I see you. Yeah, whoa is good. Yeah, of course, of course, of course. And good to see you again, too. Tom is saying one of my favorite phrases is brute force. I think I introduced a strong sense of arrogance saying I'll do it no matter what. Yeah, but it makes you jump right in, right? Like that's part of it is you've just got to like look, if I had my druthers, I'd take a couple months off and chill and play video games on the couch and like just relax. I'm always going. And sometimes it can be exhausting, but at the same time, when you slow down and you lose momentum, there's what is it about the arts where when you're not fully wielding and fully in control of your stuff all the time, you start to doubt skills or you get rusty or you start to like misremember certain workflows or whatever. Um, and then it starts to feel like things are kind of crumbling or crashing down. And the opposite side of that spectrum is constantly creating and discovering new options and ways of doing things and reinforcing workflows and making things work their way into the realm of muscle memory. And then you're no longer forcing anything. And like what Andremia was saying, like, here's a trick, make and upload something every single day for 365 days, and your mind will be blown like what the effects of that really are. Holy Beats, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. And the same can be true with not saying no for a while. Like your goal, ultimately, on this side of the industry anyway, should be to get to the point where you can say no as often as you'd like to. And just say no for fun sometimes because you're made, right? You're solid, you're full, and you're whole, right? Like you're making more than you need. You've realized a dream. The last thing you need to do is bury yourself early simply because you have forgotten how to say no. But to stay sharp, and if you're hungry, you say yes. You say yes to everything. Even if you're not quite sure if you can actually pull it all off, right? Worst case scenario, you have to hand something to somebody else. And you know what? A client is always going to appreciate that so much more. They will love you for that. It might be a hassle in the moment, but now they have two ninjas that they can turn to, and they know that they can trust you. I don't know, just a little tangent, but relevant to what we were speaking about, I think. Andremia says, I used to quit daily. Now I just do double the work just to upset the balance of the universe. Boom. Paul says, some people can do the make something every day, but I found it tends to lead to mediocrity. Well, making something every day, yeah, see, I think this is like a perception thing because not everything that everyone makes is great all the time or can be perceived by the masses as great. But you arrive at greatness through rote and practice and repetition and iteration and generation and the process, right? It's like you ask a really good photographer, how do you get such great images? Like all 12 of these are just perfect, right? You're in a gallery with them and you're saying this and they're saying, thank you. It took 12,000 pictures to get those 12 pictures, right? Brent, I agree. This track from Fuchsia is tight. Absolutely. But if you have the make something awesome every day because screw the haters because I'm awesome. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And Paul, yeah, you've mastered your process at this point. Agreed, Heidi. I think a lot of us here are falling into that class. We will share, even the unfun stuff. Andremia, I love everything I create. It's the only reason I'm sane. I feel that. I feel that. All right, I'm getting caught up. Oh, yeah, well, upload also doesn't necessarily mean public either. Like, I've had plenty of things that I upload constantly. I don't share them with people. Um, yeah, sometimes it's just about a process, really. Ooh, tandoori. Oh, damn it. Heidi, why did you just do that? Now I want naan and dal. Oh, man. Holy Beats. Yeah, go ahead and drop a link in the chat really quick. We'll do one more. And then I should probably bounce. We've been doing this for how long have we been on? It's been over 4 hours. It's been a bit. If you make anything for 1 year, those that haven't will look at you as an expert. Yeah. Telepathic tandoori. Oh, holy hell. That's a good one. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Brent, thank you so much for the follow. All right, where am I here? That's a good one. That's a good one, Heidi. I really like that one. Telepathic tandoori. That's like an album name right there. Although I would take that challenge. I would probably make a whole pack based off of that name right there. Telepathic tandoori. Holy Beats. You can drop something in the Discord, or you can drop something in the chat here. Either way, I'm fine with it. And you may have already. I haven't gotten to the bottom of the chat scroll yet. Okay, if a stranger finds your site and there are 10 choice tracks or 1,000 of the quality spectrum. There you go. That is a good attitude, Andremia. Another example of that is yesterday, someone on the team wanted to watch me work while I was working, and they wanted me to kind of share some workflows around some of the dubstep stuff that needs to be produced for the next release for the team. And I said, well, I still need to get through some robotic stuff. So if you want to watch that, you can jump in early. So she did. And I get through creating all these stems with all these one shots kind of stitched together. And then I realized, oh, I want some malfunction sounds in there too. So I took all of the sounds that I had left in the garbage pile, basically, and I messed with them in a few different ways and made malfunction sounds out of them too. Like, there's just always some way to get something out of nothing if you've done it enough times. So that's the benefit. Like, if you're really wanting to produce, that's the benefit of the overreaching, the overproducing that a lot of people look at and they're like, why? But that's why, because you start to just do these things without even having to think about them. And then when you do have an idea and you try it, like 9 times out of 10, it will succeed instead of fail, where before it may have been like 1 out of every 10 times would have succeeded. And it really just comes down to the fact that you know what to not do, and you know when to stop. And those are 2 of the hardest things to learn, like in the long run for real, true, legitimate production, Fuchsia says, for me, I started my first day producing music about 9 years ago, remembering the excitement, all the ideas flowing and all that. I got to do this thing and I don't care how it sounds. Makes your present self feel kind of bad and doubt if you still love what you're doing, because now you don't feel that rush all the time, or you care so much about the quality. Boom. Right there. That is the nugget. That is the finger on the pulse of the problem right there. The hang up around quality. That's a perception thing. I guarantee you that there are things that you go and you listen through Indremia's archives, and I guarantee you there's going to be something in there that you go, I'm not sure if I really like that one as much as the others. And I also guarantee you that there will be a whole bunch of people somewhere around the world that will listen to that same exact thing and think, oh man, I like this better than all the others. And therein lies the rub. That's art. Like what one person feels doesn't measure up in some way, someone else feels is exactly what they needed. Yep. Bass face. All right, Holy Beats. I'll get there in just a second here. Fun 4 hours, right, Tom? The curry clippies. That was so gross. I don't know. I make curry quite a bit, and I don't care what it looks like as a leftover as long as it tastes good. Oh, man. Oh, yes, I did miss the egg kiss. I meant to click on that the first time. I want to see the egg kiss. Oh, no. Shoot, it's got music in it. Let's needle drop around the egg kiss because I can't do that on stream. I have 0 copyright infringements. Oh, geez, this is actually... dropping the yolk in his mouth and then making out. Does this have music through the whole scene? I'm sure it does. Oh my gosh, this is hilarious. Oh, no music. Great. God, what the hell? What the hell? How many times do you think they shot that scene? And what the hell? Who comes up with that idea? Oh, just cooked a bunch of peas in it. Not very good after fridging. Okay, so here's my solution for that. Here's how I fix that because I like peas and curry too. And here's how you fix it. Frozen peas, every time frozen peas, right? You get done with your curry and you put the peas on top. Piping hot. I guarantee you they will cook by the time that you sit down at the table. The other thing is that you don't put the peas into the stuff that you are not eating that night, and then you just sprinkle it on top before you put it in the fridge as leftovers. Boom. Yeah, Holy Beats. Yes, it is. Sit tight. You've made Paul stretch ambient tunes out of throwaway recordings. Yes. That right there is the attitude that will keep you happy, Indremia. Absolutely. Oh, man. I've just seen the responses now in the chat over that egg kiss. How many times did the egg yolk break and they had to start over again? A plus peas prep, right? Yep. Peas porridge hot, peas porridge cold, peas porridge in the pot 9 days old. All right, so public feedback. Here we go. This could be the last one of the day here. Pop punk beat. This is from Holy Beats. And away we go.
Damn, this beat go hard.
This is great. This is great. You really don't have to change anything in this, honestly. The couple of things that I have you here are more mixed things than anything else. The intro, everything is super solid in this. Bass guitar, I think could use just a little bit of love. It sits just a little bit flat in the mix, and by flat, I just mean like character-wise. And we've obviously spent more than our 2 hours of mute time on Slack. So anyway, something to help it stand out is not just the underlying bass tone. If this were just like punk or something, or just rock and roll, then fine. But it's got a little hybrid edge to it. I would give it a little something special personally. Subtle saturation, just something to help it sit up just a little bit more. The verb on the snare might be just a little bit too much, a little bit too big, a little bit too long. Not like extremely so, but I think it's a bit much. Great drum fills throughout, and I'm a drummer, so I appreciate the attention to detail, the timing, all of that stuff. But I want more humanization, right? Like small little things. Every once in a while, a flam instead of a single hit on the snare goes a really long way. Every once in a while, an errant rim hit with your snare or something like that is great. Every once in a while, a sloshy hi-hat instead of perfectly tight is great. All of these little things that drummers do, right? Like we're keeping time, like double time with our left foot all the time on the hi-hat. So that thing's bouncing all over the place. So yeah, every once in a while there's like a little sizzle in there or something like that. And then, you know, just a matter of velocity, volume, timing, pitch, all of those things. Just very, very, very subtle variations can go a really long way. But that's my only gripe with it. I think it's a really solid track. Tremties is here. Welcome, dude. Let's see what the chat is saying. Yeah, this is a rocker, right, Paul? Heidi says she needs sunglasses for this one. That's the key to happiness right there in making music, Andremia. You started to dislike making music when you were trying to make it fit in, and now it's just whatever happens, happens, and you're happy. And that's how you end up with a true signature sound, too. Tom is saying might want to change the velocity on some of the snares. Yep. Paul is wondering, is this a band or just produced? I agree, Tremties. This hot track, it's good. Fuchsia agrees on the drums. The bass has not had its coffee. It's a collab with 2 other friends. Okay, whom also produce. Okay, this is great. I would agree with that. Although I would say, Andremia, that you've had your sound for quite a while. Maybe it's just that you've acquiesced to the fact that you need to make what you make, and you're allowing the rest of it to come through now. Yeah. Yes, and I would also agree with this, Andremia. It is a good collab. Holy Beats, this is a solid track. How long are these? I said we got to go, but how long are these? Let's check this one. Shepson, thank you so much for the follow. See you later, Tom. It's okay if second drop is the same. It was fantastic. Let's listen to it again. Yeah, this is solid. This is solid. I got really like no gripes on this whatsoever. It's a fantastic work here. Really nice dark intro, brilliant textures, great use of stereo field, great EQ work. You're not a savage. I can hear that you're EQing all your reverbs. Fantastic foreshadowing for that drop. Second time around as well. I think the top synth that's mirroring the bass, the it could be subtly glitched and stuttered more. Instead of just having a note repeat every once in a while, I would go all in with it. I would do, if you're going to do some note repeats, do like some 64th notes instead of just like an extra quarter note or something like that, or eighth note. Some Vox samples, some vocals would go a long way in this big valley over here. And you do have a couple of vocal samples in there, and they fit perfectly, especially the tasty one right here, towards the end here. But I do think that like a story could be told in here, even if you're just kind of piecing it together with some stuff. You know, actually, the Despotism pack, you'd probably really like it. Boom, right here. I'll drop the link in the chat for you. Go check it out. Really good, tasty chops. I think it would fit the vibe of something like this just perfectly. And also just last thought here, alter the second drop and go big. Do some kind of crazy wind up. Unfold some origami textures along the way. Do some weird granular stretching as part of a riser. And blast people with bass that just peels the skin off their face, and they'll thank you for it. Savage. Yes, DJ Empirical. It is solid, right? Oh, the Savage meme lives on. All right, last one. And then I'm out. Where are we here? There we go. Tremties says, I had a short phase where I liked doing jingles. Okay, so other than the loops being too repetitious on their own, I like the theme. It's a little thin overall, like the whole mix could be just a little bit thicker, you know, a little bit more use of stereo space and whatnot. But overall it's solid. If you were to take the idea of that singular loop and spin out two variations of it, very, very subtle, like maybe go up one note in one and one down one note in the other or whatever, just to extend that a little bit, you could loop it a couple of times and not run into that issue, and then just somehow, you know, remix for like maybe the last one or something where it's got like maybe just a subtle tiny reverse or something on one of the notes on the way out. It doesn't take much as far as like variety and variation in this type of stuff, but it's solid. It's a solid idea. Yeah, thicker sounds. Yeah, I got a Scooby vibe off of it right out the gate. Yeah, it does sound like Scooby-Doo is on it, right? Hey, who do you guys want me to raid today? Tell me who to raid. M is me. Thank you so much. Appreciate you being here. I think you did a lead on top of that as far as you can remember, but never rendered it. It's years old. Yeah, I hear that. Cardio is streaming. Well, then let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Drum Ties, we're going to pick up this one next time through. We've been doing this. I've been doing this for hours now. I think we're coming up on, oh no, it's like 4.5 hours now. So I've got to go have a couple of team meetings and meet a couple of deadlines. So I'm going to refresh my browser over here and drop you guys off over at Cardio's place. Give Liv a follow. Her and Anthony are always cranking out really great stuff. As always, I appreciate you guys. I hope you have a fantastic weekend. I hope you come back on Monday feeling fully inspired and ready to lay down something truly great for our community challenge this month. What's going on here, Twitch? Are we doing this raid or what? I want to do a raid. Are you going to let us do a raid? Let's do this. Something went wrong. Okay, let's try it again. Is she not streaming or something? Let's try it again. Okay, now it's going to behave. All right, so as I was saying, I hope you all have a great weekend. Come back on Monday, fully inspired, ready to rock and roll, and I'll see you then. Peace out, y'all. Thanks for spending so much time with me today. It's fun. I'll see you on the flip. Peace out.